Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. And I guess everyone's wondering whether this trial is actually going to start today. So we got day 15 coming up. We've been waiting. Good morning, Alicia. Hello. Will Karen show up? Not sure. We'll find out. Douglas Vine is here. Good morning. Hope everyone was able to catch up on the entire 14-day recap, which we dropped yesterday. Just to catch up on everything that's been going on with the trial. So we did a 14-day full trial, as much as the trial that happened already, recap. So Grasshopper Mouse, good morning. Katie Martin, did we ever find out what happened yesterday? I haven't had time to scroll social media. So from apparently what we've been hearing is that Karen was sick. Karen wasn't feeling well. As we know, she's battling MS and Crohn's disease. So perhaps she had a flare-up. I'm not sure, but somebody was sick, and the reports were that maybe that was Karen Reed. Good morning, Laurel. Grant, I do have the stream up, so if it goes live, we will go live that minute. Chi-Town's finest. Blessings. Thank you. Mud Rucker, welcome back. Did everyone accomplish yesterday all the work that they've been pushing off? That's the question. I know that I had a pretty full day yesterday trying to catch up on everything. So sometimes an unexpected break can be helpful, especially if you have a boss. Good morning from Western Pennsylvania. Hope that Karen is okay. So do I. Hope we all. Don't we all? Alley Cat, good morning all from Charlotte. Elizabeth Savino is back. Good morning from Dalestown, Pennsylvania. Shauna, good morning. Hopefully this will be a day of trial. And Shauna says that she thinks that Officer John O'Keefe's children testified today. Well, his nephew and niece anyway. I know last trial they did not televise it. Yeah, so I from what I remember from last trial, there was there's not a lot of live stream it. Obviously, there's an order specifically about that, and but they weren't too long. So if there's a little break, there's a little break, but it wasn't too long of a break when they were testifying. I don't think there was like extensive cross-examination. So if that happens today, it'll hopefully be just quick, and then we'll be able to get on to the witnesses that we could see. Good morning, Mary Spencer from West Virginia. Karen Jean, good morning. The power of empathy is here and in the chat. Good morning and blessings to all. Thank you. I'm your Huckleberry. Welcome back. Good morning. Katie is here from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Alley Cat, do you guys think Higgins will take the stand at all? I think he will. One way or the other, I think he will. Whether the prosecution calls him or whether the defense calls him, I think he will take the stand. Lori B., good morning. Power of Empathy says people on the chat are much more pleasant, appreciate this type of kindness. Yeah, our chat is the best chat from all the live streams. We definitely have the best chat. That's what the reports are. It's been reported. It's documented. So there's evidence of that. And we're very empathetic here, which should go well with your name. Power of Empathy. Niki, good morning. Alicia, thanks, but not a girl. Not sure if I referred to you as a girl. If I did, I apologize. Nacho's mom just joining. Do we know for sure the trial is happening today? Well, I see the stream. It's got the fan. You guys want to see the fan? There it is. Here's the fan. So the official mascot is there running of the Karen Reed trial. So I guess that's a good sign. Yesterday, they did not have the fan up. So Donna Bonneville, good morning, brother. Good morning to you. Power of Empathy says, I saw Karen Reed walking in. Okay, well, how did she look? Did she look okay? Georgiana Francis, good morning to you. Lally's Stooge Stool, good morning. And Linda Halcrow, I thought she was not going to be able to make it today, but if you can, that's great. Thank you, Linda, for joining us. Hello, OT. Nice to see you here. Christine V, morning, guys, from hot and humid Houston, Texas. Let's get back to business today. Yeah, let's do that. OT says BC is late today. Oh, come on. What was I, 3 seconds late? Blurry Lights is here. Unfortunately, the emojis are not going to show on mine because through StreamYard, for whatever reason, it doesn't show. But this is what I see. Good morning, Blurry Lights. Thank you for being here, the moderator of the chat. Laura S has loved the big recap of BC. Well, thank you. That's what we did a full 14-day, everything that you need to know leading up to today. We did a recap on everything. So if you want to get a quick recap, under an hour of everything that's happened up until this point, that was posted last night on the channel. So you can check that out. Nikki, good morning. Thanks for coming back here, Nikki. Always like to see you in the chat. Numbers, good morning. Nova Media, shalom. Great day to us all. Jessica Lee from Atlanta, my day was off. It was so off yesterday. Don't know what we're going to do with when the trial is over. LOL. Just come back here. Don't worry. We're going to keep you busy here at Brother Counsel. Don't worry. You just keep coming back, and we're going to be plenty busy. There's other trials going on. There'll be other things to analyze. Don't you worry, Jessica. We got you. We got you here. Mud Rucker, so many meetings yesterday. Yeah, I mean, people are catching up on work. That's good. Aaron Mom, good morning. Barbara's back with us. Good morning, all from Western Massachusetts. Good. God, please save the Commonwealth. Dog Lover, good morning, brother. I think Hank needs to take a different stance if he has a chance to win. I think that he's definitely doing a better job than Lally. Buchanan was not exactly what he needed. I mean, I think that Hank Brennan needed Buchanan to come across a lot different, because what he's trying to do is he's trying to, show the jury that we do have some good cops, or, people that are from the Marines originally, and they're good people, and they're not just people like Michael Proctor. So he wants to be able to showcase that. And I think he was hoping that would come across with Buchanan. Unfortunately, I don't think that that's what happened. I think that Buchanan came across as evasive, as trying to excuse everything. And I think it would have been better if he would have just owned up to some of the stuff, owned up to Proctor, and still stood behind the investigation instead of fighting Alan Jackson on every single question that he asked. So I think that's beyond Hank's control, though. So we'll see. I mean, look, like I said, it's not an easy case to try from a prosecutor standpoint, because you've got such problems with the lead investigator in this case. Trying to call him a case officer instead of a lead investigator in the case is also not going to work. So, Buchanan was not able to, I don't think, come across to the jury as Hank really wanted him to, and really what he needed. But we'll see. Shrimp, good morning. Today will be a great day. All right. I like the optimism. And good afternoon, AT from Estonia. Jessica Lee, I didn't have anything to listen to during my workout and at my daughter's cheer practice. I mean, you can always binge watch all the old Brother Counsel videos. I mean, there's plenty of videos there for you to always watch. Okay, and there's never too much. You can never see them too many times. So Jessica, you could always go back, look at the old stuff, and it'll keep you busy and occupied. Nova Media, good morning from Israel. Free Karen Reed. Richard Fay, good morning. I like to see some of the new names here in the chat also. Good morning, Sharon Reeves. Karen Cahill, good afternoon from sunny Ireland. Brad wants to know, how long will this trial last? Well, it'll last depending on how the witnesses answer questions. I don't think that they were expecting Buchanan to take 3 days. So, it really depends. Sometimes, like when I'm on, I know what points I want to cover on cross-examination, and sometimes the judge will ask me, how long will it take you to cross-examine this witness? And usually I say, well, according to my notes, it should only take 20 minutes, but it's really up to the witness. Because if the witness fights me and everything, then sometimes it's going to take 4 times the amount of time. So it's supposed to take about 6 weeks. That was the original estimation, about 6 weeks. But we'll see if it ends up taking longer than that, or maybe shorter than that. Sometimes they overestimate. Like I think Lori Daybell's trial was estimated to be a lot longer than it actually took. I mean, we're talking about the last trial. Apparently there's another trial coming up also. Courtney Good, yeah, defense did not cross the kids in trial 1. I didn't think they did either. Again, I think that we were just going based on the reports because we were not allowed to see anything. So the reports in the courtroom. Yeah, I don't think that they cross-examined the kids. And it's kind of like Peggy O'Keefe, these are deaf victims in this case. They lost, their father figure. And Peggy lost a son, which is why Alan Jackson just got up and said, I'm sorry for your loss. Peter Bruno, if the prosecution does not call Proctor and the defense does, is cross-examination limited to what was brought up on direct? No, because nothing was brought up on direct. Okay, remember, if the prosecution does not call Proctor, oh, you mean on direct on all the other witnesses? No. If you call an adverse witness, you can ask anything that's relevant to the case. So, again, like I'm telling you, I think it's a colossal mistake for Hank Brennan not to call Proctor and to wait for the defense to call Proctor. Now, like I said, I don't know if there's some sort of backdoor deal or a handshake or a stipulation or something where Proctor's not going to take the stand and there's an agreement about that. But if there's no agreement, it would be such a tremendous mistake for Hank Brennan not to call Proctor and let the defense call Proctor. And you're going to see why. I mean, if that plays out, you'll see why, and then I'll show you exactly why I was right. Michelle Lee, yay, we are back. We are back. We're back one with the other, and I still see, if you guys want to see the fan, here is the fan. Okay? That's all you're missing right now. Looks like a nice white fan. Nice, maybe it was cleaned yesterday. Courtney Good, Yannetti stood up and said, I'm very sorry for your losses. Okay, so maybe that was for the kids. And when the kids testified. Kind of like what Alan Jackson did. Scribble Scrabble here from South Africa. Patricia Winders, nice to see you back here. Good morning. And I'm sorry that for whatever reason on StreamYard, the emoji doesn't show up. I'm going to have to figure that out. Don't worry. We're all working on it. And I know you can see the emoji in the chat. I appreciate the rose if it's for me. Eric Portnoy, good morning from near all the action in Dedham. Why must the attorneys ask permission to approach? Generally speaking, that is the default, that you have to ask permission to approach the witness. And that's how Judge Cannoni wants to run the courtroom. It's up to her. She has control on the procedures in the courtroom. So if that's how she wants the procedure to be, that's what you have to do as the lawyer. So aside from the court rules, and aside from the rules of evidence, there's also each individual judge's preferences and their court protocols that you have to be familiar with before you try a case in front of them. So that's what she requires. Now, I've had judges who have told us, it's so annoying when you ask me always to approach, I'm always going to say you could approach, which is what we find in this case also. Judge Cannoni always says, yes, of course you can approach. What, you're not going to be able to approach? I'm going to make a court officer, you come in and take the document from you in order to show it to the witness and then back and forth like a million times. That's not terribly efficient. So some judges have told me, don't ask to both sides. Don't ask me if you can approach. I'm telling you now, you can approach. Okay? So let's stop with all that. And I think it's a little bit more efficient, but that's not how Judge Cannoni wants to run the courtroom, so it's up to her. Wendy Cherry, good morning from Plymouth, Massachusetts. Brita Simpson, good morning from Ireland. Andrea, I'm not sure which, hey from Italy. Thank you, BC, for your 14-day recap and for everything else you do for us and for justice. Well, thank you for that, Andrea. I'm happy to do it for you guys. If you're here to watch it, you're here for it, then I'm happy to do it for you. Lally Stooge Stool says, I agree. This is the best chat. Georgiana Francis, best chat for sure. Missed the chat as much as I did the trial yesterday. Yeah, so we have a good community here. We really do. Gina is back with us. Good morning, BC. Good morning, chat. Hey, Jude. Good morning from Vancouver. Love your intelligence and calm demeanor. All right, I appreciate that. If the prosecutor didn't have Higgins on his list, can he still call him? Well, no. You got to list everyone who you intend on calling. If you don't list them on the witness list, you cannot call them. You're all set. Said good morning from Niagara Falls, Canada, and you should check out. You're all set, by the way. You should check out the new emojis that I uploaded. I think you may like some of them, if you are a member, of course. The Italian Goon. Good morning. Hello, ceiling fan. Mealy Rivera, good morning, beautiful peeps, and my brother from another mother. Thanks, Mealy. We're all family here. We're all brothers and sisters from different mothers. And Hunter's RC says news stations in Massachusetts are planning on trial today. It's already 9:16, and this is all we're seeing right now. That's it. Morning from San Jose, California. I was actually thinking about making a T-shirt, by the way. You guys can let me know if this would be of interest of you. I was thinking about making a T-shirt with the fan and saying official mascot for Karen Retrial. Well, it looks like they're about to start, so here we go. But first, we got to recognize the silver leaf. Thank you very much for the $5
Mr. Clerk,
super
you say
chat.
counsel wants to see me?
They did, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Jim.
Katie Martin, new member. Thank you. So we're starting off with a sidebar. Rick, afternoon from Denmark, and actually my wife's father and grandparents were from Denmark. So I have a special affinity for Danish people. Angel Figueroa, how does the judge know the reasons for every objection? That is a great point. That's exactly why you should state the grounds for your objections. So the only way is if the judge is kind of making a judgment call at the time that she hears the objection. Look at that. Leandra, we have a new person here. Leandra, new here, love to the point daily recaps. Thank you, Leandra, for joining us for the live also. We should be able to be doing the recap today also. Kim, morning BC, beard's looking on point. Oh, really? Okay, I was actually thinking about shaving it quite soon. So not at all, maybe just trimming it a little bit. So we'll see. And to Nancy, good morning, BC. The great Carcione, by the way, is here again. Hey, everyone, looking forward to today with you all. Yeah. Good morning, BC from Boston, KMA. Thank you. And look at that. Royal Oak, my neighbor, literally my neighbor, right near me, probably like I'm 2 miles away from where I live, and depending where you live in Royal Oak. Well, Susie Irish, good morning. Thank you. Gary Butcher, love your show in Australia. What's your thoughts? Did Karen do it? Did Karen do it? It's a good question. But you know, the truth is that I really don't focus on this trial in terms of did Karen do it? Everybody who knows me already is going to probably be bored of me saying this, but I look at this trial from a lawyer's perspective, which means did the Commonwealth prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt? That's all I focus on. So, Kaz, good morning, BC in chat. Look at that, Carrie. Good morning, y'all. BC looking sharp. Thank you very much. I know that the beard's getting a little big, but there's a reason for that, and hopefully it's going to be trimmed up soon. Willow, the Diddy trial doesn't interest me. You know, Diddy's trial is going on right now. I just hope justice will prevail. Yeah, don't we all? I mean, it's also very hard to cover the Diddy trial because it's not live streamed. So, MCT 2013, morning from the next town over. Well, which town is the next town over? There's a few towns next to. I live in Southfield. My office is in Southfield also. So I'm not sure. You mean Oak Park? RTC trial today. Looks like it. Yep. Cookie and Philly. Good morning. And by the way, soon the trial is going to get started. We'll finish with the good mornings and we'll just focus on the trial. Hey, BC from Ritis. Did Ryan Nagel's driver say he saw John O'Keefe rushing to the house? No, that was not his testimony in the first trial. We'll see what he testifies in the second trial. Nobody saw John O'Keefe that night. No one. Shelby's back here. Good morning. The power of empathy, brother counsel, or anyone that knows, serious question. If I send money here, does it go to your channel or YouTube? First trying this and worry about how this works. Well, I believe that when you there's two different ways to send donations. You can either send a donation directly to me through a PayPal or a Cash App, or if you want to do it through YouTube, then I believe it goes to YouTube, and then YouTube gives me a portion of it. So YouTube takes their cut, and then they give me whatever my cut is. If you want it to go straight to me, you can just send it straight through PayPal or the Cash App, which Blurry Lights will be happy to provide you with. But thank you very much. No pressure at all. I'm happy just to hang out with you guys without any sort of expectation of any donation. So, but everything is obviously very much appreciated. It really helps the channel. Jopa Hine Matov. I think that's what you're trying to say there. Richard Frey, have you ever thought of analyzing historic trials? A lot of people are comparing the Karen Reed trial to the Lizzie Borden trial that was not too far from Canton. Interesting. Okay. I mean, look, I'm happy to do whatever the people want. Whatever people are interested in watching, then I'm happy to provide for you guys. So if there's enough people that are interested, we'll do it. In fact, we're thinking about already opening up maybe another channel that's just going to be devoted to going through different cases together. You know, instead of like a book club, we're going to have like a case club, case law club, and you know, maybe we'll talk about one case a week. Everyone will let everybody know what the case is. We'll send it out, and we'll all read it, and then we'll have maybe a few lives breaking down the case, talking about the case. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do 2 cases a week. I don't know. I'm playing with a whole bunch of ideas. The sky's the limit. We can do anything in our community. Not an oracle for low comps. Circle of Willis, new member. Thank you for joining the Brother Counsel Sidebar membership. And when you become a Brother Counsel Sidebar member, you get access to the emojis that you keep seeing popped up on the chat. And also, normally, we usually do, when things aren't as crazy as they are right now, we do a special Q&A for the members only, where you can ask any question at all, any question under the sun, and I will do my best in responding to that question. So it can be about a case. It can also be about anything personal or any sort of issue that you want to talk about. BJ and M, good morning or afternoon, folks. Look at that, Moria Gillis. Do we have an update on the medical emergency? Hi from Atlanta. Well, we have another Atlanta person here, Jessica Lee, formerly Huntington Woods. Huntington Woods is also my neighbor kind of here in Michigan. So I don't know what the medical emergency was, but they're back here ready to go. Look at that. Bella McKendry. I'm up for my first jury selection in the morning in Australia, so I hope I'm not awake listening here all night as usual. Compelling listening here with PC. Looking forward to new witnesses. Well, good luck on jury selection. Maybe you'll get chosen. Mimi Wings, good morning. Morning BC from Tennessee, Cannon Fodder. Daisy May, shalom. Carrie, BC is worldwide. You bet so. We are an international channel here. Angel Fujiura says, if John never went into the house, then why make it so strict in telling everyone to make sure they say the guy never went into the house? Right. I mean, that group chat, at least when I had my brother on Sunday, the national trial lawyer, Solomon Radner, brother counsel, he felt that group chat is really bad. It really looks like they're trying to coordinate things and, tell them the guy never went into the house, things like that. So, on the other side, the Commonwealth would just tell you that they're just stating the obvious. Like, just tell the guy he never went into just tell him he never went into the house. Like, there's nothing to talk about, So you can just be stating the obvious according to the Commonwealth. Erica Sanhone, good afternoon from Portugal, following since day one. Well, thank you. Shrimp, BC, is there a reason Buchanan was protecting Proctor so hard? Is he simply fighting for his own job or to protect the blue? Or do you think there are other motives? What's your opinion? I don't think he's fighting for his job. He already got reprimanded. He got disciplined for that. He lost 5 days vacation. So that whole situation is over. Proctor's gone. He doesn't have to worry about his job right now. The reason why he stuck up so much for Proctor, which I think he did too much, by the way. Again, if I was coaching him, I would have told him, just say it like it is. Say you're disappointed with him. You're disappointed in yourself for not supervising him and making sure that he wouldn't do such things, and maybe getting him in trouble, meaning getting Proctor in trouble. That's what he should have done. But he wanted to protect it so that he can kind of say that the investigation was still good. And that the investigation was done ethically. LLH, good morning from Myrtle Beach. Cleaning for new WeatherTech car mats, but I'm listening. All right. Willow, sometime on a lull in the action, could you explain how it helps you to subscribe, become a member? Some of us are new to this. Okay, so obviously, there's a lot of different people on YouTube, and YouTube has, I don't know exactly how their algorithm works, but if YouTube senses that a lot of people like what you have to say, and they subscribe to you, then YouTube will say, hey, this is someone that we should push also, because a lot of people have seen his stuff and they like him. So when you like a video, YouTube says, hey, look, all these people like this video. Let's push it to some other people and see if they like it. So the more people that they show the video to and the more people that like it, they say, hey, this is a guy that we want to promote a little bit more. And again, this is the idea. So when you subscribe to a channel, it's the same idea. So it costs absolutely nothing to subscribe. Literally, it costs zero. And I sometimes have videos with 60,000 views, and I'll only gain a few hundred subscribers, which is like, hello, just hit that subscribe button. It's so easy. It's free, and you're watching it anyway. You obviously like it. So it's just helpful in terms of getting growing the channel, that other people can actually, people can also hear and see what we're hearing and seeing, what you all appreciate. And so if you appreciate it, you like it, then, share the wealth. Let other people also enjoy what we're doing here. And that's the idea of I think, subscribing, liking. Becoming a member is just a personal thing. I don't think YouTube, I'm not sure if it affects the algorithm if you become a member. I think that's just like a personal thing between you and the content creator like myself. So if you become a member, so it's a small monthly fee, it's just a very easy and very cheap way to help support the channel. And then you get some extra perks like, access to the emojis, and you get, we get special member content. So that's the idea of just becoming a member. It's a very easy and simple way to help support the channel. And then you also get some extra content. So that's the idea there. Okay, well, Nikki says Yannetti did cross the boy. He was asked if there was physical violence in their relationship, which I'm sure he said no. So again, we weren't there. We were just going on reports, whoever was in the courtroom at the time. David Graham, good morning from Western Australia. Little Miss, good morning, everyone. I have to leave for a doctor appointment. Okay, you can leave. Just, keep the stream going on your phone or something. And we have another Nikki here. We have this, I think, our third Nikki in the chat. Never miss a morning with you guys. 6 a.m. in San Diego. I hope there's court today. It looks like there is. And I'm still very behind on the chat. I'm like at 9:12 a.m. Kinsu, good morning. I just started listening to the trial here and I appreciate your commentary. All right. Well, great. And as you know, if you're just joining us now, what I usually like to do is I kind of like to stay out of the way, let the trial speak for itself. And then if there's a natural break or if there's something that I feel we should discuss, so I'll pause it. But most of the time, I like to kind of stay out of the way. So I know that there's a lot of other channels that there's a lot of running commentary. And I know myself, when I was back before I started doing this, I didn't appreciate that. I just wanted to get to see more of trial than hear the commentary. So I know that sometimes people need the help with the commentary, which is why I'm here. So I'll do that. But for the most part, I want the trial to speak for itself, and you can probably get most of what you need to if I'm just listening to the trial and paying attention. Mismo SC, Brothers Counsel is my new go-to. Happy chat too. BJM, welcome to all the new people who have found the BC community. I love it here. Okay, great. I'm glad that you love it. I think we all love it here. Ashley, good morning. I have a question about how Judge Cannoni ended AJ's cross of your Buchanan. Was that overstepping? Can you be YB recalled? They have him on their witness list also. He could be recalled, but there's absolutely no reason at all. I mean, Jackson made every point necessary from his cross-examination of Buchanan, so it's really, really not necessary. Elizabeth Savino is a new member. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Appreciate that. Leandra, the only fan. I mean, maybe that's what the T-shirt should say. Maybe we should have a T-shirt of the fan, and it will be Karen Reed's only fan or something. We'll have some sort of comment like that on the T-shirt. Jersey Tomato. I think Jersey Tomato has been with us for a while also. I don't know how long, but I think she's been with us for a long time also. So thank you, Jersey, for all the continued support here. And good morning to you. Sharon Reeves, do you think the lawyers go through social media or have people look to get a read on public opinion? No pun intended. Read on public opinion. Do I think the lawyers themselves? No, I don't think the lawyers themselves go through social media, because when you're in trial, especially in a high profile case like this, you are busy morning to night every single day of the trial. That's all there is to it. And you don't really have time for much else. You barely have time to eat if you're eating, and you barely have time to say hello to your family. It's just when you're in trial, you're just trial, and then only the absolute necessaries you do, like use the restroom, take a shower, and then you collapse into bed. That's basically what it is. So I don't think the lawyers themselves are looking on social media. It could be they have other people looking on social media. Maybe some people part of the team. Maybe have some other lawyers that are back in Jackson's office that are looking through it and seeing what people say, and maybe, quickly sending a text if there's a good idea or something like that. I don't know. But that's the only possibility, I think. Wayne is here from Sydney, Australia. Paulo Glum, good morning. Brother Counsel and fellow law Afciandos, tuning in from Alabama. Afcianados. Dwayne says the 14-day recap in an hour was great last night. Glad you appreciated it. Glad that you liked it. Jennifer Rawson is back with us. How's your ankle feeling? Good morning from Alabama. Hope it's feeling all better. Nick Stefanik, apparently Higgins was the only witness who lawyered up for his interview. What are your thoughts? consciousness of guilt. I think we took care of this question yesterday, but I don't think it's consciousness of guilt. I know that's how Alan Jackson was making it sound, but as my brother, my esteemed brother, has always said, if you're guilty, you need a lawyer. If you're innocent, you definitely need a lawyer. So I wouldn't read too much into that, even though that's how Alan Jackson wanted to make it seem. JC. Andrea, does Judge Cannone seem less biased, possibly even? Clutch my pearl softer? Well, again, during the trial itself, when there's a jury in the room, everyone puts on better behavior. That's just could be expected. The lawyers do. You see the lawyers talking to each other and working together. So it's whenever the jury's there, you always put on your best front. Jersey Tomato likes the t-shirt idea. So we're going to have to come up with that t-shirt idea. We'll have something with the fan, maybe. Not Sarah Lee, 35.8. Love getting to see Mother Counsel. And if you guys missed that, we had a special Mother's Day live stream, and Brother Counsel's mother made an appearance, also known as Mother Counsel, although she's not a lawyer. Thank you, Jack Coleman, another BC fan from Plymouth, Massachusetts.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannone, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, Counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember, I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
All right, may I?
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
First clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. Don't made it clear to me. I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't think. I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
All right. Well, here we go. So we're gonna have to wait for that. I did not hear the first docuseries. I'm sorry, the first interview so well. So I don't know if you were all able to hear that. I couldn't hear it so well. But the second one was when she said that if John O'Keefe would have found out about Brian Higgins' texts, remember her text with Brian Higgins. So she said, yeah, they probably would have broken up, but she doesn't think that he would have reacted so terribly to them. Okay. Not sure what he was trying to show with that. But Sarah Tree Rice, where are you at Little Miss Farmington Hills here? So Sarah is actually from Michigan, and she had a Mrs. Radner as a teacher in her elementary school. And I had to get back to you about this, and that was that my mother said that she did not teach in the elementary school that you went to. So it was a different Mrs. Radner. Maybe it just runs in the genes if your name is Radner that you're a good elementary school teacher, which is what my mother did for like 40 years. So. Okay, well, Ashley also says, I totally agree. Like the beard. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not getting rid of the beard. It's just I may just trim it a little bit. That's all. %51% Casey, morning from Vancouver Island. And again, right now what's going on is that the Kaylee Furbush is testifying, so we're not able to see that or hear it. Ms. Mandamarie says, I work overnight. I listen while I unwind and get ready to sleep. What do you do that you work overnight? If you don't mind sharing. Are you like a nurse or a doctor or someone that's has to work overnight? What do you do? Will Mangione trial be live streamed? I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be live streamed. But we'll find that out soon enough. Love BC, Toronto, Canada. Thank you. Love you too. Love that you're tuning into us over here at the live stream. Look at that, Ray. Second day here. First day was yesterday. Well, unfortunately, yesterday was not really much trial. I'll have to head out to work soon, but I wanted to say hi. Thank you for dropping in and saying hi. And guess what? If you're at work, I'm sure your boss wouldn't mind if you just have your phone, open to the live stream or your computer on a tab. I'm sure he wouldn't mind, or she. So J9, do the sidebars go into the record for us to read later? Yes, the sidebars do apparently go into the record. But right now I think the sidebars are impounded. So, but maybe later we'll be able to see them. Tom Price, I'm almost sure I heard you give a daf yomi share on some hotline. I've given a lot of shiurim, which in Hebrew just means like classes. I give a lot of classes over the years. There's probably a number of them online. I have a lot of different speeches that I've spoken, and this is all just in terms of Jewish studies, like Talmudic law, that type of stuff. So you may find that stuff out there. Hazelnut's mom, I was with a client and got here late. Have I missed much? No, you haven't missed much at all. Right now, Kaylee's on the stand. Ashley, I've heard that YouTube takes 30% of super chats. That's correct. That is, they do take 30%. It's a 30-70 split. So if you want to send me the full 100, you can just send a PayPal or a Cash App. That's also fine. Just be careful because there's always these other people that create very similar accounts to my account because they want to get the mistakes. If somebody puts in like brother counsel 98 at gmail.com, then they'll create that account so that if in case somebody sends money to that account. So if you're careful, then I should get it. I've gotten it before. Steve Regal, good morning, everyone. Lori B loves the idea of a case club. Amanda Poor Conroy, who's a lawyer. Oh my gosh, case club. Okay, we got some fans of the case club. Maybe we'll do that. Tajana Montoya would love that. That's a cool idea. I actually, if you want to see what it's like, all the way, I wonder how long this goes, but if you go far back enough in my channel, you will see I did a few big cases, which you always cover in law school. I even forgot I think Marbury versus Madison maybe was what was one of the cases I did. But I did analyze some famous cases out there, and you can see if you like it. I think you will, obviously. But that's one of the things that I like to do that kind of stuff. I like research and I like breaking down these cases. So maybe we'll do that. Jordan Ray says interested in the case club. Solo Dad Adventures, that sounds amazing. Little Miss. BC's Law Club, love it. Mr. Meathook, morning, brother counsel. I played it for Flint General's IHL in the 90s. You familiar? I'm not, unfortunately. Sorry. BJ&M is interested in the case club. Jessica Lee would love that. Sticker Shock. Weekly case. All right. Maybe we can do that. Maybe we'll have we'll send out a case to everybody. And we'll have like one day a week. We'll have a live discussing it, breaking it down. Kind of like a book club. Actually, if you want to see something interesting, what I did is that there's also, and again, I didn't do much of it because it seems like at the time that I was doing, which is a while ago, this is a while ago when the channel wasn't growing the way that it is now. There was one on the laws about the abortion, the abortion debate, and Roe versus Wade, and the what's it called, Planned Parenthood case, and then the most recent case. So I think we Dobbs, right? So we broke down some of that. If you want to see also what that's like. So there's a few cases that we did this that's posted on my channel. You can go check them out and you'll see what it's like. MW says, try explaining Sphera Beard. Yeah, exactly. So we're not going to try, but all you have to know is that log volume is on Friday. So we will be trimming it up a little bit. Jason Bedencourt, watching from Rhode Island. Love the show. Thank you. Larry Romano. Okay, finally catching up to Larry Romano's appearance in the chat. Brother man, brother man. And in case you're just joining us now, one of the minors are on the stand right now, which is why we're not able to see what's going on or hear what's going on. Carrie, I know Carrie's a big fan of Solomon. A lot of people are. Solomon is the bomb. He is an amazing trial lawyer, and I love talking things over with him. So, and a lot of people like him. Patricia wanted me to remind everybody that when you become a member, you get a blank check from Brother Counsel. Not exactly. And look at that. We have another Nikki here. All right. Nikki Adele Scott. Love all the Nikki's here. And everybody else also. Victoria, good morning. New to your channel. Thanks to my sister-in-law. Love your commentary. All right. Well, thank you, Victoria, and thank your sister-in-law for me. Hope you enjoy your time here and enjoy the videos. Morning, BC from East Hampton, New York. I truly appreciate you not over talking the stream. Amanda P. That's what we do here. Zoe Nelson, good morning, Brother Counsel. Still studying for my evidence final while I watch your live stream all day. Well, what other finals do you have coming up? You can't just study for evidence, even if that's what you like. I loved evidence, as you know. I loved evidence. It was given by a great professor. You don't always get good professors. I know people have been saying that I should be a professor, but I kind of like what I'm doing. So I kind of like can scratch the itch to teach by doing my videos on YouTube. So, and also we're gonna start this case law club, going through cases. So Zoe, you should definitely join that. And I hope I'm saying your name right, Zoe. But I wish you a lot of luck on the evidence final. When is it exactly? When's the evidence final coming? Because what I would do, and I know I shouldn't really exactly share my strategy in law school. But I was quite busy when I was in law school. I was already married. I had a few kids, and I was working, and it was a little bit of a crazy few years of my life. But I was not able to obviously sit in the library as long as all these other students who were 18 years old or 20 years old doing. So it was a little bit of a difference for me. And what I would really do is I would totally cram. Like I would cram 2-3 days before the exam, and I would just study up like crazy, and then I would take the exam, and that's what I would do. But aside from being attentive in class, but I'm not suggesting that you do what I do. Greetings from Idaho. Look at Michelle says, BC end of day summaries are amazing. It helps so much with anything I may have missed or didn't understand because of drawn out testimony and sidebars. Thank you. Okay. I'm glad you like the recaps. I know that the recaps are popular, which is why I do them. I think the reason why they're popular is that I try to get it out as fast as I can. I don't spend 2 hours doing it. So I think people want to hear a short recap, as short as possible, and still hit all the major points. So it definitely takes time and I have to, organize it. So but I like that you appreciate it, and I like that people are watching it and enjoying it. Leslie is here from California. Good to see you back. All right, well, Linda has had enough. Good night, BC, and everyone. Have a great day. Jim Van Anda. Hey, BC, what is your thoughts on the OJ trial? Did the prosecution fail big time? Just curious. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, the OJ trial. There are so many different things going on with the OJ trial. But I think there's a lot of different things at play there. So Sarah says, I'm sure they have interns watching. It's possible that they have interns or law clerks or other people that working in their office that are interested in watching and maybe reporting back somewhat. But the actual lawyers themselves, like Alan Jackson, Yannetti, Alessi, I doubt that they're doing it. They're watching this stuff because they're just too busy. Sean, did anyone read about AJ's opening in an attorney journal? BC, what is golden rule for lawyers in opening statements? Well, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by the question. I don't know if his opening was in an attorney journal. We spoke about his opening at length. When you say golden rule, there's different ways that lawyers talk about golden rules. There is a certain rule that you're not allowed to say, for example, put yourself in the shoes of the defendant. Put yourself in the shoes of the plaintiff. You can't do that. Walk a mile in the plaintiff's shoes. But there's a lot of very important rules that I cover a lot in opening statements on my channel. The people that have seen it already know it, and it's coming out of their ears. They already know how to try cases. If you're a subscriber to this channel, you know how to try cases pretty well, probably better than a lot of young associates who are just getting into the law field. So, and a lot of times you don't try cases right off the bat from law school. I did, but most people don't. Many people don't, I should say. So, but there's things that I've learned along the way, and it's really been very helpful. Opening statements, there's a lot to talk about, but I've spoken about opening statements a lot on this channel. Zoe Nelson, how do I become a member? I'm already a subscriber. There should be a join button somewhere, and I understand that. I think on the Apple computers that you cannot join, unfortunately. I think there's something like that. But if you have a regular PC, there should be a join button. You can just hit that button. Look what Norton Living the Dream says. Brother Counsel, grateful to have found your channel. I couldn't stand the constant interruptions. Your channel is the gold standard for trial coverage, in my opinion. I like your opinion. Cool Coolers. Well, good morning. What happened to JOK socks? I feel that reasonable doubt has been established before the defense even starts. That's a question about the socks. I know I've gotten this question a bunch of times, but you do see the socks in the autopsy. So he was wearing the socks during the autopsy. I don't know why they didn't come into evidence. I don't know what happened to them. Was he buried with his socks? Mr. Issa Boston, good morning, brother. Retired cop here. CNLG, good morning. I have a question. Are there shreds or puncture holes in his sweatshirt consistent with a tail light hit or puncture holes consistent with a dog attack? So in the first trial, they did show, again, he doesn't really have a big sweatshirt, but whatever he was wearing, there are some holes there that the Commonwealth will tell you are consistent with taillights, and the defense will tell you is consistent with a dog attack. Now, we're going to be hearing testimony, and like we heard in the first trial, most likely, that there was an expert who swabbed those holes on John O'Keefe's sweatshirt or shirt, those specific holes, and it came back with no DNA of a dog. Now, they did find some pig DNA, which sometimes dogs eat treats that have some pig stuff in it. So that did come back. And that is one of the points that the people that feel that Karen Read is guilty, they point to. This is what you hear from the other side a lot of times, that there was no dog DNA on his shirt right by those holes. So you would think if he was attacked by a dog, then there would be dog DNA. The response back has been, well, his clothing was sitting in the snow for hours, sopping wet, then sitting in the back of an ambulance, then sitting in a hospital room on the corner rolled up in a ball on top of debris. Then it was in the back of Buchanan's truck for a few days. Then it eventually made it to the Canton PD, where it was laid out on butcher paper for a couple of days. And then it wasn't submitted to a lab until 3 weeks later. So all of the possibility during that time, all that possibility that the DNA was somehow contaminated or removed or cleaned off. So that's what the defense to that would be. But we're probably going to be hearing testimony about that in this trial as well. Sarah Trier said, Brother Counsel, how crazy is it that a lawyer / former juror from the first trial joined the defense team this time? Do you think they brought her on as a statement? I don't think she's doing much work on the case. I don't think that she has, from what I've seen the little bit, again, and I may be wrong, but it doesn't sound like she has experience in trial. And it doesn't seem that she has experience in criminal defense. So why was she brought on? Yeah, maybe because she was a juror and for the optics. I don't know. She felt very strongly, obviously, about joining the case. So they let her on. But yeah, it is the first time. You never see this. You never ever see this, where a juror then becomes a lawyer for that side. I mean, I've had jurors that met me in different places that were on my case, that with the jury on one of my cases, and they've met me and they've said nice things about me, but it never developed into any sort of work relationship there. And none of them were lawyers. They usually don't have lawyers as jurors. Okay, most of the time, the lawyers who are on the jury get kicked off. There's one time that I had a lawyer on the jury, and this lawyer, the reason why he was on is because we already wasted all of our preemptory challenges, and he was the next person up, so we couldn't challenge him. And I don't know if the other side was able to challenge them either. So we were stuck with that lawyer on the jury. But most of the time, if you're a lawyer, you're going to get thrown off of the jury. And I want to be on a jury. I've been waiting for that jury summons every single day, and I've been living in Michigan for a while, and I've never got summoned to jury duty. So I'm still waiting for it. There was a time in New Jersey I was, but that's a whole different story, and probably not interested in that. So you are separated. Good morning from BC, Canada. Okay, interesting. Nikki says, weird coincidence with the Higgins CPD video. Higgins is at CPD at the same time Alan McCabe's Life 360 data had her driving in that area. And Nikki's very familiar with this case and knows all the facts backwards and forwards. That's interesting. That did not come out yet in this trial about her Life 360 data. And because some of the data is going to show that, I mean, she claims that she was already home at a certain time, and her data shows that she's around the area or driving around. So, yeah, that's an interesting point. Liz Wickham, hello from, I don't know how to pronounce that, Adelaide, South Australia. Clifford Daw, hi BC from Cliff Exmouth, England. Cheryl Ross, why didn't the defense try to exclude some of the questionable evidence with bad chain of evidence? The chain of custody logs. I'm assuming you're talking about, and that may not be a basis for exclusion of the evidence. You have to take a good look at the law to see whether that's a basis for an exclusion of testimony, or if it's just a point that you can bring out during cross-examination. And again, if you have witnesses who say that they picked it up and they brought it into the police station, even if there's no logs for that, well, that's a witness who's also considered evidence. So they did challenge it through cross-examination. Nosy Rosie says Jennifer McCabe's lawyer is Kevin Reddington. He is a great attorney, and maybe he prepared her for the second trial because she was definitely much more prepared and coached by the second trial. So maybe that was all because of Kevin Reddington. Taz James, good morning from Mexico City. Love the show. Thank you. Love you too. And Carrie is still on Solomon. Solomon is 100%. 100. Okay, Carrie. I agree with you. Solomon is awesome. Jennifer Kendall says, my kids asked this morning, why do you watch a fan every morning? It's kind of weird. Yeah, it is kind of weird. Why do you just watch that fan? But there's a lot of depth to watching that fan. Okay, there's a lot. And it also, it's helpful for meditation. And it helps you calm down. It's me, Josie81. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. Kristen from Manhattan says, Mother Counsel is such a ray of sunshine. Well, thank you. Maybe we'll have her back. So what is the golden rule in lawyer land? The golden rule is asking the jury to put themselves in the shoes of the defendant or in the shoes of the plaintiff. Now let's do that. Diane Johnson, good morning from Tingsboro, Massachusetts. Michelle Fisher, good morning, brother counsel and friends. Love the 14-day recap. Did a little deep dive myself. Remember Jennifer McCabe seeing the tire tracks. Google Earth shows road marked with black like tracks, though. Oh, that's true. Joel Raleigh, Shalom at Brother Counsel. If KR wins, can she sue Whiffen? I think you mean Whiffen. And Celebrate for changing the software? That discovery might be painful. Celebrate? No, they cannot. She cannot sue them. Sarah Trudeau, do y'all think there would be less sidebars if Bev would allow speaking objections? Probably. And again, it's not speaking objections. It's really just objections where you're stating your grounds. There's a difference there. SGW says, I watch so many of your videos. You show up on my YouTube feed so frequently. I didn't realize I hadn't subscribed. Well, I'm glad that now you subscribe. And just so you should know, I see that I'm getting to the comments now about the volume. There's nothing I can do about the volume. I mean, it's just, this is NBC Boston's stream, and I have the volume cranked up all the way here. So hopefully, I'm sure they'll correct it. Joel Raleigh, the most amazing thing about the Higgins KR text is she said he was hot. Does any woman think Higgins is hot? Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, I guess. Gary says, keep the beard or we can't tell you from Solomon. Come on, we don't look that alike, do we? Do we really look alike, Solomon and I? But like I said, I'm keeping the beard. It's just whether I'm going to trim it up a little bit. Book Sweetheart, watching from Germany, originally from Israel. Welcome. Glad that you're here with us. Shrimp, brother Counsel, can you talk about the decision that goes into whether a case is live streamed or not? Does it make a difference if the case is high profile? Of course, it does make a difference if the case is high profile, because otherwise people are not going to want to live stream it. You know, if I tell you I have a case, I have a trial starting next week, which is about, I don't know, someone running a red light and hitting into my client, that, you know, that's not going to be newsworthy. No one's going to be interested in that story, and therefore no news outlets are going to be interested in live streaming the trial. So they won't even ask the judge or find out the process in which is necessary to go about filing motions or whatever is necessary to get cameras in the courtroom. But otherwise, the courtroom is supposed to be open to the public. But if you do want to broadcast or live stream, you have to get special permission, which means that you have to arrange whatever the court requires. So if you have to file a motion or if you have to make certain requests, and then you can do it. But some courts just don't allow it at all, like in federal court. So, but you have to just call up that court specifically and find out what they require in order to get your camera in the room. in the courtroom. Becky Einhorn, Brother Counsel, would you put the niece and nephew on the stand? Why or why not? The reason why, if you're the defense team, you probably wouldn't. If you're the Commonwealth, you do because you want sympathy, and also you want to bring out certain points like that they used to argue about certain things, or where the relationship was right before this incident. So if the kids can bring out that they were always fighting, or there was some nasty words exchanged back and forth, a week before this incident, so then that would be helpful to the Commonwealth. So that's why they would call them. That's probably why they are calling them. Time's Ticking says, good morning, BC. Great work every day. We appreciate you. Thank you. Ms. Manda Marie, ER nurse. Okay, so that's why you were up all night doing the night shift. Well, thank you. Thank you for that and providing all that care to all those patients. I know that I've been in the ER at all different times, whether it's me, my wife, my kids, and we very much appreciate all the nurses that are there working the night shifts and making sure that everyone's comfortable there. I was showing all my coworkers a picture of John's arm. Every single one said dog bite without hesitation. Yeah, I mean, that is really the entrance into this case. If you want to get someone interested in this case, all you got to do is show them a picture of the arm and say, give me 3 guesses, what's that from? 3 options. And then when you say, well, the Commonwealth is saying that it was from a car accident, just watch their facial expression. And at that point, they usually get a lot more interested in the case. So... So here's Sean. I'm not on Twitter, but if anyone is, Christina Rex is reporting on the kids testifying. And again, I'm assuming there's going to be some sort of testimony about how the relationship was souring and they got into fights. I'm sure that's the extent of their testimony. Zoe Nelson, Brother Counsel, how much of your spirituality plays into your role as an attorney? I once had a professor who swore by Tai Chi before all of his trials. Okay, so how does it play into my role as an attorney? There are, certain ethics that the attorneys have to abide by anyway. So I don't really need my spiritual, religious underpinnings to play so much of a role, because you are guided by certain rules of professional conduct already, which are, kind of similar, not putting up an untruthful witness and things like that. So in terms of that, actually trying a case or actually how I practice law, you're pretty much guided by these rules of professional conduct already. And then on top of that, anything that's additional, which my religion prescribes, like, being extremely ethical or being extremely honest and all those type of things. So yeah, I'm always trying to be kind and considerate and compassionate, and throughout my entire life, whatever I'm doing, whether it's an attorney, whether it's interacting with the store clerk or whatever it is. So that plays into it. The only other thing is that there are certain obligations that my religion requires of me. So, like, for example, I cannot work on the Sabbath. There are certain holidays that I'm not able to work and not able to try cases or show up in court. So that's where it gets a little bit more tricky, where I have to just, just make sure that court dates are not falling out on these holidays, or you're not scheduling anything for too late Friday night or Saturday, or so you do get some of that, and that's fine. And usually the courts are extremely accommodating for your religious beliefs. So whether you're Jewish or Christian or whatever it is, that if you have certain restrictions that your religion requires, the courts have always been very, very accommodating for me. And also all the defense attorney, all the attorneys that I've been working with have always been very accommodating for any sort of religious restrictions that I need. So it's not a ton, it's only a handful occasionally. So that's in terms of that. There's also the fact that There are certain requirements in terms of prayer that I have to abide by. So, for example, every morning I spend between 45 minutes and an hour praying, and we pray together in the synagogue. And if I have court early in the morning, so then it just means that I have to pray earlier. So I have to wake up that much earlier. And then I also like to study some of the religious texts. So I always want to try to figure out time when I can do that. So I'll maybe have to wake up even earlier to study some of those religious texts that are part of my religion. So we'll do that in the morning. We'll do that at night. And so in just in terms of fitting in all of the obligations of my religion, that's usually just some, I have to just schedule it and work it out. But that's the extent of it, and then you just be thankful and be grateful that you have the ability, thankful and grateful to God that you have the ability to help people, and that He gives you the brain and energy to be able to do what you do. So, there's obviously that also. And if you get a good outcome for your client, you're thankful for that, and you pray for that you should have a good outcome in court. So, I mean, yeah, that's, I guess you can say it plays a big role. So hope I answered that question. Richard Pablos, Borough Counsel, what did the two videos show today? Well, the first one I couldn't really hear that well. The second one was just saying that John O'Keefe, Karen Reed saying that John wouldn't have been so upset in her mind about finding out about Brian Higgins' text. So again, the suggestion here that the motive for Brian Higgins was that they got into some sort of fight about Karen Reed because of these text messages. Karen Reed herself is saying even if John would have found out about the text messages, yeah, they would have broken up, but there wouldn't have been, a major fight or anything about it. So that kind of hurts the defense when they're trying to create this boogeyman, Brian Higgins, and this argument that they could have gotten into, over Karen Reed, and that could have caused it when Karen Reed herself is saying that it wouldn't have. However, of course, that's Karen Reed talking, and I think that some people on the jury can think, maybe that's what she's trying to play it down. But of course, you're not going to take it well if you find out that your long-term girlfriend was cheating on you, or attempting to cheat on you, or texting in a way that is inappropriate with another man. So I don't think anyone's just going to take that lying down. Nick Stefanik, a very good pointer. Do you think Brennan's thick New England accent versus AJ's zero accent has any influence on the jury who are locals, like rooting for the home team rather than the visitors? I think maybe subconsciously you have a pointer. That could be subconsciously that, it just sounds more familiar with them, their accent and everything. So it could be. But that's not what the jury's supposed to be focusing on. But that could be something that, the psychologist would write books about how, that it could subconsciously influence the jury one way or the other. So that's a good point. BC, do you have Venmo? I do not have Venmo quite yet. I have Cash App and PayPal. So hopefully that's enough. Rob Thomason, love your work, sir. Big fan here in Oregon. All right. Thank you. You know what somebody suggested to me? Somebody suggested to me when I was talking to him about, the Karen Reed case and the coverage that we're providing and everything. He's like, what you should do? You should really have a watch party. You should have a watch party, like closing arguments, and then like a verdict watch where, you rent out a room together. You sit there with a bunch of, subscribers or members or fans or whatever. And you all just sit there and have a good time and, maybe play some games and have the verdict watch going on while the jury is deliberating. So who knows? That's another idea. Yeah, like I said, there's so many different ideas out there that we can do with our community. We'll see. And Shauna Lally, I was just thinking BC has Cash App. Yes, we do have a Cash App and we do have PayPal. So Blurry Lights occasionally will post that information in the chat. But again, there's absolutely no pressure at all. We're just having a good time watching. Obviously, all the support is appreciated, but there's no expectations at all. And I'm just as happy with you just hanging out with me. Leslie says that she likes the movie club idea. So maybe we'll have a book club. I mean, we'll have a case law club. We'll have a movie club. Sky's the limit. Michelle Fisher, yes, for a case club. Joel Raleigh at BC, are you going to do ID4? Yes, that's the plan. Newman's mom, Brother Counsel swag. There is some Brother Counsel swag already. Maybe I have to update it, but there is some Brother Counsel swag that Blurry Lights occasionally posts about. Thought on the Menendez updates. Okay, so I haven't done a deep dive on the Menendez case, and it was when I was, I think, a little kid when they were doing that case. But from what I've seen, and the fact that there was some evidence of abuse by the parents that, for whatever reason, was not allowed in the second trial, which resulted in a conviction, that seems not right to me. I think that what I understand is that there was one trial which resulted in a mistrial when the evidence of the abuse was allowed in. And now in the second trial, the evidence of abuse was not allowed in. And now there's more evidence of abuse, and it would just completely change the trial. We all see that, especially in today's day and age when we understand a little bit better. Of course, we don't understand the full gamut of what this does to children and how it affects their, brains or whatever. But I from the very little that I know about it, I'm okay with the decision of, having them eligible for parole. Janet Smith says Case Club is clever. Well, Miss Brother Counsel, do you give us tests? I'm only going to give you tests if I can figure out some way to give you some sort of certification. So until I get certified as a law school or something, you don't have to worry about tests. It'll just be for your enjoyment and education. Love My Shepherd's case breakdown is a must. Okay. And if you guys want, again, a little bit of taste of it, we did a few videos on it, on some different cases. One of them was whether you need a lawyer or not. When do you get a lawyer? There's some cases about that. The Sixth Amendment. Hey, look at this. Tajana Montoya, I am currently studying for my LSAT for the August exam and starting law school next year. I think this would be really helpful and fun. It would be. So good luck on that, on studying for your LSAT. If you want to hear about how I studied for the LSAT, again, I don't recommend anything that I did as studying for the LSAT or when I was in law school, because it was just a crazy, crazy few years. But I decided to take the LSAT about 3 weeks before the LSAT was being given, maybe 4 weeks. I knew very little about it because I was in rabbinical college at the time, so I knew very little about the LSAT, and I got somebody recommended that I should take the LSAT, somebody who I respect, and also my father's a lawyer. My brother Solomon, as you know, was a young lawyer at that point. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll take the LSAT. And I'm like, I wonder what this test is like. And they said, just take it, just sign up for it and take it. So I did. I signed up for it. I took the LSAT, but I only had about 3.5 weeks to study for it. And all the classes for the LSAT were already done or finishing up, so I couldn't join a class. So I just got a bunch of books, and I got some old LSAT exams, which are available online, and I just crammed. That's what I do. I was just busy. I was in the middle of I was in the middle of a semester in rabbinical college, so it was a crazy few weeks studying for the LSAT. And then there's a whole nother story about how the day of the LSAT, I literally almost missed taking the LSAT. Don't even get me started. But there's a lot of stories there that you probably are not interested in. But good luck to you on the LSAT, and study up. The best part of the games, obviously, those are everyone's favorite parts. The games, come on, the games, and I'm sure you'll do amazing. Jersey Tomato becomes a new member. Thank you very much, Jersey. YM says your commentary has been thought-provoking and extremely succinct. Thank you. Well, thank you for that. Catherine Burdett says BC Law Club, I'm in. Okay, so we're getting a lot of fans of the Law Club. I prefer Case Club over Book Club. That's just my preference. Although many prefer Book Club, I respect that. No, yeah, we're not talking about doing a book club here at all. I'm just saying it's like a book club. We'd be doing a case club, a case law club, where we would pick a case, read the case, and then we'll have a live breaking down the case and talking about it. I read something about AJ breaking the golden rule during opening. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Let me remember. Did he break the golden rule and tell them to put themselves in the shoes of Karen Reed? I don't know about that. I have to go back and look at my notes and see exactly what they're talking about. But nothing stood out to me when he was talking about it. Now, to be fair, there are ways where you can try to get that message across without saying it straight out in opening statements. You know, there are definitely tricks in how to break some of these rules without it being obvious. So, legal-minded friends with Karen Cole. Brother Counsel, I've been waiting to say hi for over 5 minutes. Checked why, because I am subscribed. Looked and it says I was not. So people check to make sure you are. Now, I do believe that in order to chat on this, you have to be a subscriber. So that's what I set up. That's a very easy way that you can subscribe, is just if you're chatting in this chat, that means that you're a subscriber. So thank you for joining, becoming a subscriber. Legal-minded friends, Karen Cole. And thank you, IM, for gifting 5 Brother Counsel Sidebar memberships. Vixie, other students are pointing the niece is on the stand, hence the fan. You got it. We are all in a waiting pattern right now because the niece is on the stand. Maybe Patrick also. So we'll see. Brother Counsel, good morning from Mission Viejo, California. Clayton Jaw, I suppose being a lawyer, one needs to not get too involved personally, just work the strengths and weaknesses. Absolutely. That is something you have to be very careful about. You cannot get too personally involved with the case. Now, again, you can't be too distant from the case either. It has to be that you actually believe in the case, you care about your client deeply, and still you're able to keep a distance so that you can still be objective about the case. So you got to figure out that happy medium, where to be. Rachel B. Saidi. Here is where I come for a voice of reason. Love your channel. Thank you. Rachel. My sister's name is Rachel. Look at that. Dells, another UK and US trained lawyer watching from St. Lucia. Thank you for your analysis. Thank you. I love all the lawyers who come and support me. Nice for my brother and sister counsels to come and support me. Zoe Nelson, if you were Alan Jackson, how would you approach cross-examining the children? With white gloves, obviously. If you're going to cross-examine at all, you know, you really have to be extremely, extremely careful. Very, very delicate. You know, so if maybe there's 1 or 2 points you want to make, maybe do that, but you got to be very, very, very careful, obviously. Penny PL 6090. Good morning from Maine. I love your channel. Thank you. Thank you very much. Glad that you love it. Nina Decker, your brother is Solomon. He is. That is my brother. That's my claim to fame. But Jennifer lets us know that it's actually Jennifer Nicole. So we have another Nikki here. And don't worry, if your name is not Nikki, it's fine. We also love you, and you're also welcome to join the chat and talk. Also, it's not we don't have anything, we don't favor one side over the other here. Smarta Harari, good morning, Brother Counsel. Enjoyed meeting Mother Counsel on Mother's Day. We did have my Mother Counsel on. And again, she is not a lawyer, so do not think that we're trying to practice law when she's not licensed to. Does she continue to teach outside the home? So she doesn't teach anymore, although she keeps playing with the idea. Okay, like she keeps talking about it because she is such an inherent teacher that it's probably very difficult for her not to teach. And she always talks to us about maybe, doing a period there, doing a period there, teaching a period here or there in different schools or, our local Jewish school or high school. She talks about doing that. And it's never going to stop because she's just such a natural teacher and she's an amazing teacher. I had her, okay? When I was in 8th grade, she taught me one period, the last period of the day. And it was amazing. She is an amazing teacher. And she also taught my sisters. And what was cute is that we all tried to gain some sympathy by putting our names by name. We don't put our regular name. We would put something like, your son who loves you, Martin. And my sisters would do the same thing. And it never worked because she didn't get influenced. She would just grade us based on whether our answers were correct or not. So, but I think that eventually she's going to end up teaching. But my mother is the type that she's always going to be busy. She's never the type to just sit back and relax. And we always have been begging her for years, just relax. But sometimes what she will do is she'll read a book. So like when we see her reading magazines or books, and she reads like 1 million pages a minute. And she can read so fast. She's incredibly intelligent. She's part of Mensa, if you've heard of that. And, but she loves reading. So when we can actually get her to just sit down, relax, and read, then that's great. Newfound 25 here from New Hampshire. Richard Popla says, best law show on YouTube, Brother Counsel. Thank you. Appreciate that. Zoe Nelson reminds us that the evidence final is on Friday. I finished my other finals, Property 2, Products Liability, Mass Torts, Pre-Trial Litigation. Which law school are you in, Zoe? I did take Property 2. I did not take Mass Torts. Pre-trial litigation is probably the similar case class that I took, which was maybe a seminar on pre-trial litigation. Travis B, BC, what are your thoughts on children testifying in open adult court in domestic situations like the KR case? What's wrong with it? The witnesses, they have something to add to the case that's factual. Let them testify. I'm much more about getting as much information out there as possible, and the jury can decide whether, the same way they size up any witness to decide, whether their age has something to do with their recollection or memory. But put it out in front of them. Why not put it out in front of the jury? Chicago BC, do you think Jackson will soften approach and cross with minors, or do you think Elizabeth Little will handle it? Look, I think that Jackson can do it fine. Like, you can be a fierce attorney when it comes to cross-examination of a different witness, and you can change when it comes to a child. So I think Jackson can be fine. Yanetta can be fine. Anyone that has children knows how to talk to children in a way that makes them feel comfortable and to show the jury you're not trying to bully them. So it could be them. It could be Elizabeth Little. Either one, it's fine, I think. The Great 99 says you should start an OnlyFans BCAD, Brother Counsel After Dark. Hey! Who would like to see some BC After Dark? OnlyFans. We'll have a special channel. BC After Dark OnlyFans. Victor Marita BC, what's the strangest case you've ever worked on? It's not going to be as fun as Solomon's cases, because Solomon has some of the most crazy cases you can imagine. My cases has been pretty much cut and dry, always. Obviously, I've had some cases which I felt were important to me and my client, but if you're looking for like some great stories on cases, then you should save that question for Solomon, because Solomon has some of the craziest cases, some of the most. Oh, let's see what's going on here.
I do.
We're back.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
My name is Zachary Clark. My last name is spelled Clark.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the state police, sir.
And how long in total have you worked for the Mass State Police?
Approximately 7 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work?
I currently work for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
In the detective unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long or when did you begin working with the Norfolk County SPDU?
February of 2023.
And you're a sergeant currently within the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you initially joined the Massachusetts State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And can you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes. I attended the 83rd RTT, or Recruit Training Troop, with the state police, hosted in New Braintree. It's approximately 6 to 7 months in duration. It included criminal law, criminal procedure, motor vehicle law, defensive tactics, emergency vehicle operations, etc.
Now, when you initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I was originally assigned to the State Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5.
And how long were you at the Sturbridge Barracks at C5?
Approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section in 2020, and I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program hosted by the state police. It's the lion's share of a year. Begins with the history of the study of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The Crime Scene Services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe to the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is, it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and are in conducting examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs.
Oh, it seems like NBC Boston didn't want to continue that live stream. So if they don't get another one up, let's go to switch to Law and Crime Network.
At that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snowbanks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, In addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, showing you with this. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, call will seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Okay. Oh, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I approach the witness just
Yes.
briefly? Sir, I'm presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I call to seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right. I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
It's 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading?
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
I guess she doesn't want that coming out in this witness. Lieutenant Tully is no longer the lieutenant. Anybody know about that?
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station.
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Objection.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Will you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if we can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruises?
Sustained and jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
I think she just doesn't want this stuff coming out with this witness. It's going to come out one way or the other. So she doesn't think it's appropriate for this witness. I think that's what's going on. Hi from Newport Beach, California. Devora Friedman, good morning from Ottawa. Good morning. And as you can tell, I'm still a little behind on the chats here. Shelley with a question. Brother Counsel, did the prosecution ever try to reassemble the taillight pieces to show that they slot together? Actually, that was done in the first trial, and you're most likely going to see that again in the second trial. They did do that. Mr. Mino, BC, did you and your brother attend the same law school? We did, although he was there before I was. He's a little bit older than I am, and he went to law school before I did. Although actually it was very interesting. He was there's two main legal research softwares out there, Westlaw and Lexis, and he was like a student representative for Lexis, and they had a I'm not sure if this was him. You know what? This is
Good time to take our morning recess. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
well, we're taking recess anyway, so I can finish the story. But actually, I'm not sure if it was from Lexis or it was actually just from the law school, but there was a giant picture of him, like a cardboard of him, as soon as you walk into the Wayne State Law Library. So every day I'd walk into the library and I would see my brother standing there as like some sort of picture of a big blown up picture of him as a, just there in the library. So I got to see him every day, even though he wasn't physically there. Actually, when I first called my brother Salman about becoming a lawyer, he said that I shouldn't do it. To be honest with you, he said, "Nah, just pick a different profession." But I stuck with it.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me?
I'm just going to silence Jesse for a second. And that's another thing, this is about another thing about BC. You can put up a poll to see how many here watch both trials or just this trial. Okay, let me see, because you know what I have to do is I think I have to go to YouTube and not just use my StreamYard. Let me see if I can put up a poll here. Here we go. Okay, I could. There we go. Cool. Okay, I put it up. Katrina Valento, good afternoon from Wales. Happy to be here for a live. We're happy you're here also. Okay, well, there's a suggestion. Oh, it looks like there's some more mail on the floor. And I know people get very nervous. There's mail on the floor. So let me just get that mail, and I'll be right back. All right. People like to see the fan. Because somebody next to Fanix suggested, on the long braids, maybe minimize the fan and maximize your frame. Just a suggestion. Not sure. Get this. Because some people like the fan. And Nikki, with an important reminder here that nope, not a good looking man, but when you're drunk, everyone looks good. So if you're not such a good looking man, what you should do is you should hang out at a bar where women are drinking, and then they'll think that you look good. And by the way, I think Carrie's going back on what we said with Solomon and I, whether we look alike. I never thought I looked like Solomon, but some people actually think that we look very similar. I don't know why, but that's how some people feel. And for example, one time I was walking in to a courtroom, but actually to a courthouse before I was in the parking lot, and I was walking in to meet Solomon in court for a certain hearing or something, and he had a client that never met me before, and the client was walking through the parking lot, and the client turns to me like, I never met this guy before. This guy's never met me, and he just stops me. He's like, "Hey, are you Solomon Radner's brother?" So I'm like, I actually am. Like, do we really look alike? He's like, yeah, you guys look exactly alike. I'm like, all right. But in terms of the same BC glasses, we happen to have a sister who's an optometrist, and she has her own practice, and she also sells glasses. So we both went there, and I guess this is what she thought would look nice, and that's why we're wearing these glasses. So. And I will also say that some people say that we sound very similar on the phone. So if you call the office and you're looking to speak to one of us and you get the other one, you may not realize that until deep into the conversation. Shauna wants to know, when will we meet Father Brother? Well, maybe Father's Day. How about that? Cabo August is hi from Cabo, Mexico. The little GF Flower says, I'm going to miss these lives when the trial's over. What will we all do without you? Don't worry. Like I keep telling you, don't worry. We are going to be keeping you very busy even after the Karen Reed trial. There's going to be Brian Koberger's trial. There's going to be Donna Adelson's trial. We are going to have a lot to do here at Brother Counsel Studios. So this community is going to just keep sticking together, and we are going to be having a great time no matter what we're doing. All right. And Amy is here from Norfolk County. Whitney Mays wants to know, is the jury sequestered? And the answer is no. The jury's not sequestered. They can go home. It was wonderful to see your mom on Mother's Day. A beautiful lady. Thank you. Marie Jane Rogers, UK here. Cabo August, hi, can someone post PayPal again? You will continually see Blurry Lights occasionally will post that information. So thank you all very much. This is a great comment. This is the type of comment that only our chat gets. Okay, this is how sharp we are here. Just 1P, please. Says, hi, chat, catching up on double speed, but I hit the acknowledge button because I don't have to have it seen it, because I don't have to have seen it all before acknowledging. Oh, that's great. So you know that what's his name? Buchanan. Instead of saying like that he liked the comment, he said he acknowledged it with a thumbs up. Oh, that's a great comment. Jersey Tomato Brother Council, thank you for all the prayers. I pray in the evenings. Thank you. Well, I pray 3 times a day. As soon as I wake up in the morning, and then sometime later in the afternoon or early evening, and then late in the evening, and then also right before I go to bed. Well, look at this. Patricia Winder says, nope, you and Solomon are not alike. We do not look alike. Okay, well, I'm going to take a little break, and then we will be back here. I'll put up the fan so you guys won't miss that, and we'll see you back.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me
Oh, while we're going through some more chats here, look at this idea. The little GF flower. I watched Karen Reed with Brother Counsel swag. That's a good idea. Get some bumper stickers out there. I watched Karen Reed with Brother Counsel. And by the way, I know my brother would say it's Counsel is Counsel. Joanne Marchado, I liked Brother Solomon's take last Sunday. Great show. Everybody loves Solomon, which is why we keep bringing him back. Solomon is the bomb. He is great. He is awesome. Extremely experienced trial attorney. I know this may sound as a shock to you, but he's even more experienced than I am. Daniel Appleman, did you get smicha? Yes, I did. And then, in fact, I also gave I give classes for smicha. Like I give an online share for that. Chaim Bundick, to which rabbinical school did you attend? I'll just give you the initials. BMG. Spencer Leonard says the games are no longer a part of the LSAT. Is this true? The games are not a longer part of is not any longer a part of the LSAT? How can that be? It's like the very fabric of the LSAT of the games. Well, because they were too hard, so somebody complained and said that you can't have the games anymore, so therefore they took them away to make it easier for people to get in. I mean, come on. That can't be true. Is that really true? Joel Rowley, Mama Counsel may not be a member of the bar, but she sure counseled you to where you are, BC. No question about it. I mean, she may know more than many lawyers out there. She probably does. But, you don't want to get into trouble where you have the unauthorized practice of law. So. Emmy Dog, hi, I didn't know I was subscribed. Hello from Michigan. Fellow Michigander here. Nancy Phillips, hello from Southwest Michigan. I used to have a tailor shop in Southfield in North Park Tower. Small world. You better believe it. Houston, Texas, Karen. Good morning from Houston, Texas. Thank you for providing great commentary. Very educational. Jim Freed says, I just found your last week and enjoy how you do the channel. I did not pay attention to the first trial at all, so taking it as it goes and see how the evidence takes me. All right. Looks like we're back. Oh, no. First, there has to be a sidebar, of course. Uh-oh. What happened there in the back of the courtroom? Erica Sanhon, Brother Counsel, do you think the decision in Casey Anthony's case was fair? Well, I'll tell you something. I don't know much about the Casey Anthony case, but you know who does? Solomon. And Solomon said on Sunday, when we had him on the show, it just happened to have come up because we usually just talk about Karen Reed's case. But he said that he felt that the verdict was correct, that the verdict should have been not guilty. Again, that doesn't mean, we always have to explain this, it doesn't mean that she's innocent. It means that the Commonwealth or the state in that case, the prosecution, did not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what he believed in the Casey Anthony case. So that's what he said on Sunday, and maybe we can do more about that this coming up Sunday on the show that we'll have with him on Sunday, hopefully. And you can ask him more about his beliefs of Casey Anthony if you want. But most of the show is usually devoted to recapping Karen Reed's the last week in the trial. So. Georgiana Francis, does Mama Counsel watch the grandkids a lot? I figured grandkids from 9 would keep her busy enough. Well, not all 9 kids live in Detroit or in Michigan. There's there's 5 of us here, and she does spend plenty of time with the grandchildren. So she loves it, keeps her busy. But she is one of the most hardest working people I've ever seen. She's always constantly going from one thing to the next. There's no such thing as retirement for her. The only difference between retirement for her is that she gets to sleep in a little bit, so she doesn't have to wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning. But her day is always filled with action. She always has to be busy. And when her downtime is, like I said, she's reading books, usually, or watching Pride and Prejudice. Joey Nelson, I'm at Missoula.
Exhibit II for ID. Thank you.
Missoula?
Session, please be seated.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
So Saw D Girl says I'm up for BC After Dark. All right, well, got a lot of ideas. Vicky said BC After Dark. I'm thinking how I'm going to explain that to my husband. Not what you think. It's not what you think.
Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited 1.5 years to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Yannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirect.
Sorry?
No redirect.
Okay, thank you. All right, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay. Excuse me.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks
And how long were you at that barracks?
for about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks
And how long were you in Charlton?
for a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place. And then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document and memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out. So I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
He was showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc, are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave?
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Counsel will seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm calling off the seat and do the bids at the next.
No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, One Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we are looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
Is he trying to explain this because he thinks that the jury's blind? And what part of the vehicle do you think he's photographing right here, Trooper? Can you please explain that to this jury? They're just dumb, deaf, and blind.
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
And 2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 was this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at One Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, What did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustain. Sustain.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ryan Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Georgiana Francis says, BC, seeing the M&M logos on this feed reminded me to tell you I've learned more about trial law from you and your brother than I did at M&M, outside of Keith Mitnick. Now, Keith Mitnick works for Morgan & Morgan. That's what you see on the bottom of the screen there. This is from Law and Crime Network. Morgan & Morgan is the sponsor. They are a tremendous plaintiffs firm. I guess Georgiana worked there. I'm not sure. Did you work there as a lawyer? Did you work there as a paralegal? What did you do there? And I appreciate the compliment. Thank you very much. And I'll pass it on to Solomon as well.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
137.
Thank you.
Did you solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek cells and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to the Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
Mm-hmm. So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the police department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very good. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Next witness for the Commonwealth?
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Well, looks like we're back to Hank.
Follow me, ma'am.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for crime scene services section as well as the firearms identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2, and that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3, and that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit in the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Well, the glasses are new from last trial.
So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I would move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
They were showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs, to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass on the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
And we'll listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
141.
Court permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those two white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there
And
another
I-
sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure, if you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
And could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes,
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes. Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch, that's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just wanted to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P176. Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in
Come on now, Law and Crime.
relation to the...
There we go.
You mentioned the hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
And do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. You recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, is A and B, please.
144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
Yes. This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
Very much. You could hold that so the jury can see it. You could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so it's got your bag. You need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I didn't know.
Yes, why don't you call in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here. All right, jurors, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Dash. Of course.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, well, we're getting ready for our lunch break now. Let me just see if anything else is going on in court before we pause it or mute it, at least. So going through all the scratches and the dents in the back of the bumper and the apparent pieces of glass and the piece of hair that was tested and later determined to be a hair from Donald Trump.
See what they're doing here.
Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
Well, we know that Robert Alesti is going to be doing any cross-examination, if there is any, because he deals with the experts, as we've seen already. Robert Alesti was brought in to deal with the experts. I think that's pretty clear. So this is an expert, Maureen Harnett, and that's why he's the one that's going to be conducting cross-examination, if there is any. But it looks like they're done. So I'm just going to mute it because I think we're going to have Jesse come on soon. So let's see what else. There's some other comments here, and I know that this looks a little funky, but I couldn't move it. If it makes you feel better about it, I just have to rearrange it over here. Okay, that's a little bit better, at least on the optics. So Gene, and again, I know I'm very behind on the chat, but Gene Palatano says, BC, any chance of you coming to Massachusetts for live at trial and meet some of us fans of yours? So here's the truthful answer is that most likely I'm not going to be heading to Massachusetts anytime soon. It's not exactly around the block for me. And as this trial is going on, I need to cover it every day. And when I'm not covering it every day, it's going to be like Friday afternoon when I'm getting ready for the Sabbath. And then Sunday, which I have the show with Solomon. So, I mean, the only day really I can travel would be on Sunday. And I haven't exactly been invited to the trial. And really, if I actually go to trial in person, then I'm not going to be able to cover this and have the live stream going with all you wonderful people here. So I can't, I don't see how this is going to happen while the trial is going on. Also, it's not exactly around the block for me, so I'd have to arrange everything with the travel arrangements. And but I'd love to meet everybody. I mean, really, we have to figure out some way maybe to do a meetup at some point. I really wonder how many people are watching from Massachusetts as opposed to other places in the world. So, but the truth is that if Harvard University reaches out to me and asks me to speak there, who knows? Then that's going to be an offer that's going to be hard to turn down. And once I'm going to speak in Harvard anyway, well then who knows? Maybe I can stop and make some sort of meetup there in Massachusetts. But Harvard has not reached out to me just quite yet. I actually was on a show with a judge who is a professor at Harvard, and we had a great conversation, a great discussion. I don't know. I think it actually had to do with the Karen Reed case. And yeah, I think when we were talking about the appeals and we're talking about the different issues on the double jeopardy appeal. And I told him, I said, you should feel free to ask me to come speak at Harvard. I definitely take that opportunity. But I haven't gotten, nobody reached out to me from Harvard. So until they do, I just don't see it happening in the near future. I haven't been invited there, like I said. And anyway, I like to live stream the channel at the trial, and I like to engage with all of you on the chat. So I don't know how it's going to be possible at this juncture, but we'll see. Maybe something's going to happen. Paul printed hard. If anyone that has been bit by a dog, the clothes might have holes, but the skin gets torn. Firsthand knowledge, and a lot of people that have been attacked by dogs or bitten by dogs have said as much. Some say that it looks exactly like John O'Keefe's injuries, and some say it doesn't. Norissa says T-shirt should be Judge Cannoni's only fan. Ooh. Let me see what else you have. Only in Cannoni's court, BC, after becoming a paralegal and working with the attorneys I worked with, I decided I did not want to be a lawyer. So I guess you got your experience there. But again, there's all different types of lawyers, and some lawyers may treat you differently than other lawyers, and may operate differently than other lawyers. So, but if you saw enough at that point that you did not want to become a lawyer, then okay. Bid Princess says, good for you supporting your sister's business. Again, I said my sister's an optometrist. I also have another sister who's a dentist. So, yeah, if I can utilize their services, I'm happy to. Chrissy B. Talking says, this guy actually answers questions directly, referring to one of the witnesses previously. I don't know what to make of it. It's shocking. Yeah. I was thinking the same thing, actually. I was like, those first two witnesses just actually answered questions. Yes, no. Like it was pretty nice to have a question and an answer. BC, can you switch back to the original stream from this morning, please, sir? I'm getting tired of these M&M commercials. Let me see if it's back up. Yeah, I'm going to see if it's back up. If it's back up, I'll be happy to switch to it. So let me see. I like to utilize NBC Boston. I'm actually going on this show again next week. So they just reached out to me today. And it looks like the stream is back up. So I will be switching to NBC Boston. After all, they do have me on their show. Law and Crime Network has not asked me to be on their show quite yet. So we're going to give them back some love. So here we go. Let me just get here we go. Yeah. Here's NBC Boston. But I'll remove it while we're going through some questions. So there you go, Dwayne. Chaim Budnick said, I attended YU. I have a brother who is actually a rabbi in YU, who's a teacher there. And Leslie said, yes, would love to hear Solomon's thoughts on the Casey Anthony case. So maybe we'll bring that up on the Sunday show. I'll make a note of it. The Great 99 says, I want t-shirts. Okay, we're going to have to get those t-shirts printed and ready to go for you guys. Christine V says, Casey Anthony could be one of the cases we dissect in BC Case Club. Okay, I'm really behind here. So I'm just going to jump ahead to the head. Jump ahead. Only in Canoni's Court, BC, love you and Solomon. Glad I found your channel. Glad you found us too. And it looks like we are going to take a little break now. Okay, so thank you all. We'll, of course, leave the chat open. We'll put the fan back up there. And I'm going to take a little break, and we'll see you back here in around 40, 45 minutes. All right.
questions and attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Okay. Do you, when you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that tail? This is when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department.
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning.
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment. Okay. One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers, packaging of smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Could you present that?
Yes.
Yes.
The whole bag.
Yes. And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll just hit it here.
After it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain what those are?
These are two small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. Oh, I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184. 3-1, assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
Hey, could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag. And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach?
Yes.
Take that.
Thank you.
When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab. I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab, what areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance really to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer from the
Please.
last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
At some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please? Okay, thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
Take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly.
No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them 1 exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P-190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
And there's a little bit difference, is markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I use to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the, yes, circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you 2 photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange t-shirt.
Is it fair? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the t-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please, take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the other side of the orange t-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the t-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'll move these 2 photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 148 A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17 is the back of the orange t-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange T-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner? Zoomed in a little bit. Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that T-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
I'd move these 2 to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item?
We
How would you
sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Cross-examination, Mr. Alessi. Excuse me. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I approach? the
Yes.
witnesses? Thank you. Your Honor, pursuant
Show
to,
Mr. Brennan what you did. Okay.
pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like with Your Honor's permission, and for the clerk
Great.
to have remarked what's next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate. please, Your Honor.
Okay.
What I'd like to do, with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Alessi, don't tell me what you'd like to do, just do it.
exhibits 150 through 153.
And Your Honor, there is one more exhibit that we had pursuant to stipulation of offering that evidence. Next to order.
Exhibit 154.
And Your Honor, if I could just show Mr. Wolf this to make this more efficient
Okay.
for the last one. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need it.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Unless I may approach for the witness. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle.
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustain.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Kent Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about above the lift gate, going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then what's the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage?
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stain material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
Are you surprised?
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups?
Can I just say that, first of all, I didn't get to say hello to NMM57, but he did change his name to not Eminem's dad because we have somebody else in the chat also who's not Eminem's mom. So we have the greatest chat, I got to tell you.
Cups that you were going to take, and I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at. Is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I did not believe it was significant at the time.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too,
you're aware that blood stains can contain, in these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Fairview.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sallyport?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sallyport, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to me.
So it was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Okay.
Oh,
Sustained.
you testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you took you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to, Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday.
And what was
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission. Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
So
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that you, well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when the May I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that
Sure.
helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present if there was DNA present on that swab. It would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct. I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there is a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, if that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is, a basic one,
Okay.
which is you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay, so last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit, so I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did?
So standard got more of a foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics
with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all of the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again,
Sure.
please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent
You
glass.
talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it was a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With your honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you. With your honor's permission, if Mr. Woke, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just one sticker and therefore one volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you. With Your Honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
Okay.
and if you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure. And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only one sticker that you put on, and therefore only one volume of glass associated with one sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yes.
picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, one sticker and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication, is that correct?
I'm
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Reasonable
So
doubt?
you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility? You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct? Let's go to the, we can go back to the,
Always curveballs in this case, I'm telling you.
none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video, thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it. Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was in fact that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken. So that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? And we can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they've passed. If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening. And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So that occurs on January 29. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is.
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it. Correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th. Okay?
Yes. Okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center is to, so Ms. Hartnett can see what the, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to the, and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay, if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2020?
Objection.
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind
Oh,
speed
wow, no
specifically was
objection?
in those dates.
Surprised.
So if we could
Thank you,
go
Elizabeth.
back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle. So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, And from your role as a forensic scientist, two only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustain.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
With
You can take
regard,
that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
how hard was it to remove
That
that
hair
hair?
wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it's not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? Recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the
There we go.
apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, your honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shaped.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit. Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair? Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know that it's taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If that would be helpful to you answer your questions, happy to do it.
Potentially, yes. Thank you.
Oh, he's dying to do that. Yeah, please. I'll put them up side to side. Here, let me show it to the entire jury, the difference. Please, no problem. If that's going to help you, absolutely. Let's put it side by side. Whatever's going to help you.
Maybe we zoom in if possible for each one, so we get it. Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side.
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall
Okay.
first, that you would like, and then we can. Okay, is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is the one camera angle appears for who's ever taking the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes, yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
There's same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask the
Yes,
questions.
thank you, Ron. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in. Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Do you have doubt?
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that, so that if somebody breathed on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes.
For
please.
scheduling. That is 10 minutes before. They want to know if we're going to finish with this witness today or we're going to have to bring her back tomorrow. Did anybody see the upside down B? What he was talking about? I had trouble seeing the B. I get the idea of the the reflection and the mirror and everything, but I just didn't see the B and the inverted B. So now we have an inverted Sallyport video, and now we have an inverted photograph of the hair, apparently. Oh, you did see the B? Okay, so I have to take a closer look because like my head was like right next to the screen. I saw the idea what he was talking about, the reflection. I just didn't see the actual B that he was talking about. I saw two lines, the two lines in the paper. I just didn't see the B. And some people in the chat said they didn't see the B. Abigail Joy, the one absolute blessing of chiming into this circus is finding a brother counsel. Other than that, it's all commentary. Thank you. I think. And the inverted hair. So we have the inverted Sallyport video. Now we have the inverted hair. Diane said she didn't see the inverted B. Mud Rucker said it's hard to see, but it's there. Leslie says, I didn't see the B either. Bid Princess says, I was kind of blown out, but I could see it. VS says, oh my gosh, LOL. Dog Lover said, yes, the B was upside down. Poetic Justice said, I see a capital C. Was that the here, the capital C, or was something on the paper? Jody, how does they hear? Hey, here, travel on the back of a car for 60 miles in the middle of a blizzard, going with winds up to 37 miles per hour. And MM57, not Eminem's dad, says Heargate. So we have Shoegate, we have Heargate, we have Sallyport Gate, we have Higgins Gate.
Mr. Wilker. Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you.
Mr. Wolf or Mr. Wolk is the person who's in charge of the tech.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen,
Do I have any explanation of what?
of those two depictions that you're certain of?
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard.
That's
it. Let
Mr.
us
Wolf,
know.
is the audio
Be very
tech guy.
careful with your social media pages. See you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
So you can walk out at the end of the meeting.
Jurors, please follow me. Please rise for the jury.
Yes, can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out, please?
Carrie says recap time tonight. You better believe it. Some interesting testimony today. Did she say we'll see you tomorrow 9 a.m.? You know, I think for most of the day was a little bit boring, but then all of a sudden it got a little interesting at the end there. So Shauna says, thank you, BC and chat, my digital acquaintances. Will the counsel sum up today in 1 to 3 words? Carrie, better call Sal. I know Carrie wants Solomon back all the time. Bob Probert, old Red Wing right there. I like this channel. This channel is great. I agree with you. Joel Rowley with the question of the day. So it moves by breath, but not 37-mile-per-hour gusts. Becky Einhorn, wait, we're done. Sidebar to OnlyFan. Well, we'll see. We'll see if there's anything else that's going to be in open court before we call it a day today. What happened with Diddy? Well, Diddy's case is going on today. I think was Chrissy on the stand today. So there are people covering it. For example, I know Lauren Conlon is there. I think she's in the courtroom. She's tweeting out updates and giving updates on that. Linda says this is the best trial coverage. I agree with you there. I'm sorry, Carrie, not Chrissy. Okay, sorry. Cassie, sorry, Cassie. It's Cassie. Do it. Do it. I love that name. I have 2 words. Do it. Any guesses how much longer for Commonwealth? I mean, there's some names in our chat that are just awesome. like not Eminem's mom, not Eminem's dad. Any guesses how much longer for Commonwealth? I can't at this point because, I mean, I think things are getting a little bit more drawn out than they were initially planned. So we got another few good weeks to this trial, which is good because that means we get to hang out much more often here. Becoming one happy family here. Becky Anner, thank you so much for spending the day with us, Brother Counsel. Appreciate you very much. Yeah, and if in case you noticed me a little bit trying to multitask here, I'm looking down on my phone and trying to respond to some emails. I am doing that also, but also keeping track and taking notes so that we can have the recap out for you ready. You're all set. I switched to BC this trial. I'm sorry. You're all set. Abigail Joy, who very much wants me to cover the Lori Daybell trial, the next Lori Daybell trial, I should say. She was in court again today talking about Lori Daybell, LOL. She told the judge off too. Very epic, hysterical. Shauna says, Surviving the Survivor channel, Joel Waldman, he's covering Diddy. I've been on Surviving the Survivor a number of times. I like Joel. He's a great guy. Great guy on the screen and great guy off the screen. And here Becky Aaron says, Brother Counsel, mine may be an unpopular opinion. It's not a criticism, yet I do wish you would interrupt and opine a bit more during coverage. Some people want me to talk a little bit more. Look, you know, I've always tried to live by the maxim that it's better to be more quiet and people ask you to speak than to speak too much and people ask you to be quiet. So if you're asking for more talk, that's good. Poetic Justice, by the way, just so people know, I was one of Brother Counsel's first YouTube fans, so I'm not just a troll. That's true. Poetic Justice and I go back all the way back to at least the Charlie Edelson trial. I know he was commenting, he or she, I'm not sure, was commenting on my coverage back when I was covering Charlie Edelson. Was way in the beginning of my, I guess, YouTube career, you can call it. We've had some comments back and forth, some discussions there. Appreciate that he or she is still with us. BC is ditching us. What do you mean BC is ditching us? I'm not ditching anybody. Love the BC family. Do you mean the YouTube family? Well, it looks like they're done for the day. So that's NBC Boston. They're done with their coverage. So I guess that's the end of the day today. So let me just get a few more comments and then we'll call it a day. I got to tell you about this last witness. I don't think that she was, had a dog in this fight, really. She's just saying about what she did and what she observed. So it's just that when you can use, by the way, I mean, this is something interesting, is that, and again, some good trial strategy, when you're able to use a witness like this, a very innocent witness who's just doing their job, and you're able to make certain points to the jury that doesn't reflect necessarily bad on them, but it reflects bad on the other side's case, that's the best. And that's what he's doing. Ryan Bundick says, don't forget, it may run into Shavuos, which will be Monday and Tuesday. So just so you all know, there is a Jewish holiday coming up, but not for a couple of weeks. We still have a few weeks before the Jewish holiday, but when that Jewish holiday comes out, it's going to be on a Monday and a Tuesday. So if the trial is still going and there's that Jewish holiday, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, still some time, then that Monday and Tuesday, I'm going to be a pumpkin. I'm not going to be able to live stream the trial or to do any recaps that day. But don't worry, right as soon as the Jewish holiday is over, I'm going to catch up on everything. I'll probably pull an all-nighter that night, which actually has a lot to do with that Jewish holiday. But that's for another discussion. So we'll see what happens then. Sal Barnegan, hanging out with you is the best. Okay, great. Sometimes you feel like, if you have to hang out with someone, then he has to have a lot to say. But I don't really talk a lot during the live streams, as you guys see. So it's nice to just feel the presence of somebody and hang out with them that way. Sean, I was talking about the STS Surviving the Survivor. I said, I haven't seen you there, BC. He is good. Well, the reason you haven't seen me there in a while is because I've been covering a lot of Karen Reed for weeks and months, probably at this point, and only slightly, anything that's something that would get interesting, that Donald Adelson case, I would cover, occasionally I'd cover something else. And I think that Joel's not really covering the Karen Reed case so much. So that's probably why you haven't seen me. I'm sure once we start covering the same things, you'll see me there more often again. I like Joel. Joel's a great guy. I have a nice friendship with him. Look at Bethany. Bethany, I joined Brother Counsel channel when he only had 1.6, I'm assuming, 1,000 subscribers. I'm an OG. Yeah, you definitely are, Bethany. That was a little while ago, but I appreciate all the support and getting us to where we are now. And, it's on our way to 1 million subscribers. So, baby steps is the way to go. So we're doing it one by one. And, of course, I appreciate all of you out there who's been sharing the videos with your friends and family, and they come and join us over here. So that's always great. Live Free says, I saw the bee. Okay, I got to go see that. I got to go look at that again because I have to see if I can see that bee there. Breed of Simpson, 9 p.m. in Ireland. Love this channel. Thank you. Here, what time is your recap? Well, I don't do my recaps live. I record them and then I post them. That's how I do the recaps. So that's what we're going to be doing again today, God willing. Okay. Well, thank you all for being here. I see there's some more comments and it's just going to keep going. So thank you all for joining us today. We're going to see you again tomorrow for the continuation of the coverage here. So we'll be live streaming again starting tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll see you all back here. Have a great night. Look out for the recap, which should be dropping in an hour or two, probably closer to 6:30. So, but we'll try to get that out as soon as we can. And then other than that, we'll see you tomorrow. All right. Thank you everybody again. Have a great night.